How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Is everyone ready to configure our database a little? All right, let's do this. So we set up our tests to run in these temp directories, which is great and all, but we don't have a way to configure our database to run in a directory. Right. So we need to do that, which is probably going to be a larger refactor than just a single day, but we'll see if it works. All right, let's see. What we need to do is on our created DB, we need to pass in the path, temp directory. We're not going to pass the temp dir, we'll pass it as a path. Yeah. Let's see. For right now, we're just going to create our struct here. Let's see, pub struct. Hey. All right. Actually, maybe we should make this a path buff. All right. So we can, we can put our run DB in here, or compaction in here as well. And then we'll just put our config here. This should be like, wait, can we do VI? Oh, beautiful. All right, create DB. All right, there we go. So we've got it back to where we are. Now we need it to be writing logs to the right place. So I believe what we need is to add this config as part of the null DB. So it's a place where we can always reference it. We could pass it everywhere. I feel like that might get a little tedious. I feel like it would be better just to hold it here now. Do we... I guess we go lazy for right now. And we throw this behind a read-write lock. I think we could get away without that. We got to be careful on this structure, though. All right. Okay, so this is going to need to take a path. Actually, this create next file segment should be part of the null DB. Yeah, it shouldn't be in utils. Yank this out of here. We're going to jump back here. This was bad. We're going to jump over here. Are we going to make it a scoped function like new? I think we are. I think I like that. I think I like this. We'll see. And then this needs to have a path buff on here. Are we just using full paths here? I guess probably. Not that. Okay, so let's see. We'll remove main log from this and just pass in the config. Okay. Now we need that main log before we do anything. So let main log equal create next segment file. And this will be, we'll be passing in a config dot path. We'll delete this one. Okay. Okay. We have started. All right. Now, how do we want to deal with... I guess we'll just change everything from a relative path to an absolute path. That, or we could make our own writing function, and that function always appends the current path on. Because, like, right now... Actually, this doesn't need to be public. Yeah. This should only be used up here. Also, because I'm... Yeah, I think I don't have to scope that. It should just be fine like that. Although it's not going to the next one. I'm wondering if my cache is bad. I forget the key combination to reset my cache rebuild the Rust analyzer. All right. Anyways, we usually do it this way here, but I'm wondering if we need to put this in a function just to make sure that the path is always correct. It might be easier to basically move this into a function. Let's just see what that would look like. Well, we have two things. This is creating the file. And then there is the writing. Okay, let me think about that. I think this is the only place we actually create a file, so maybe we don't need to complicate this. It's the writing to the file, not the... so this becomes this. So this is the generation, the time, and our extension. And what we'll do is we'll just do... that is our path. I do not know if this path is going to have a slash on the end. Can I get it as a string from a path buff? 2. This is going to give me an optional. Okay, we can deal with that. Now, interesting, I did this here. Actually, I wonder if if the create file has a way to... This is just taking a path, which can come from a string. There's an automatic conversion. So... actually, what we might be able to do here is, can we actually just append onto a path buff? So can we do path? Let's look up Rust path buff. Yeah, path.push. Okay. And hopefully it has clone. We're going to try that. I don't want to touch the configured one. I'm not changing it. So let's do... let's do... let sig file equals... we're just doing path buff new. Something is not going right with my IntelliSense here. Seg file. We should have just a push on it. Oh, maybe I need to make it mutable. That makes sense. Ooh, also I did path buff new here. I want path.clone. Okay. Then we can push here. Ooh, actually, we won't push here. What we'll do is we'll undo this garbage. This will just be the file name. We have the path. All right, that's done. This is... We'll find this constant. We need a better way to deal with our constants. Honestly, the log segment file extension could be a configuration. I don't know that anybody actually configures that. I'm trying now to think if any other database would allow you to do that. I doubt it. There's no reason. We'll make it a constant somewhere good. Okay, then we can... Oh, I deleted that. That is not what I meant to do at all. My D finger is excited. Let's see, we're going to push the file name. Then we should be able to just do a seg file here. All right, we need to get this log segment. That's fine. I don't think I like it where it is right now. No, I needed to grep here. Log. Let's see, this is in the utility file. This is garbage. This utility file is pretty garbage. We're gonna have to clean that up. Well, I think there's a couple things that it does, but not these, that are worthwhile. So these, I'd like to rename it to get utility file utilities, because these are two wrappers around the file things. I think that's still fine. This shouldn't be in here. The check file for key and get value for database. None of these should be in here. Maybe this should probably be in its own segment thing. These two things. My purpose is not to fix this just yet, but we will make these in a better spot. Let's see, let's do that. I don't even think this is using those things. I think we'll just put them in just the NullDB, the actual database. I think it makes sense. All right. Let's see, this needs to be config path. Wait, it's no longer in utils. Actually, let's make this a little bit better. Oh, we don't need this anymore. We don't need this because we do it in new now. We create the next main log file in there. Let's delete that. Right, because we're going to create the next segment file here. We need to do a match on that though. So let's actually yank this. And then we're just gonna slap that in there, tidy that up, delete that, We're going to delete this. Delete that. This is just a config now. Ooh. All right. Config equals, we'll need a read write lock. New, and we'll just pass it the config here. That should take ownership. Did not need that, wanted that. All right. Nice. Now we haven't, every place that we write needs to be updated. This is where I think we should go to like a single function, just so in the future, whenever we write, we don't have to, like if we need to update how we write to disk, which, yeah, that was oversight on my part. All right, let's see. But is this, okay, no, we still have, we don't need this anymore. Because that's now part of this, which is how it was meant to be. We don't need that anymore. Function didn't find here. Cannot find function. Create next segment file in the scope. Found it. Just for you. Oh. I do need to do this, don't I? Okay. I didn't think I needed to, but I don't do these very often. Okay, we need, we're gonna have to take a read lock on this, aren't we? Config. What is this error telling us? Oh, okay. This is going to be wrong because it's passing us a result with a guard. All right, let's do it this way. I don't need mutable, right? I don't think so. Let's see. We want the config dot read else. Yeah, I think just the same as this. I don't think panicking is the right thing here in the end. I don't know. It's a poison block again. Yeah. Could not get read lock on. Interesting enough, we should never take a write lock out while running. We don't support hot reloading of the configuration, right? So this should never happen. All right. Nah, you know what they say when they say should never happen, though. All right. Wait. Why do we still have a guard? Oh, okay. So we can use this through the guard. Do we... Wait. We just want the path here, right? That's the problem. We just want the path. I don't know what I was thinking. I was not thinking. That's what we wanted. My goodness. That's all. All right. I don't get this one here. The error is function defined here. Yes. They got me. Now, what I would have to say is we don't really need this function, right? Like, we could make this all part of this, which would make more sense, I think. So let's actually do that. And then really we could just return the arc here. I see why. I see why that this is... The above one's wrapping an arc. This is returning the thing. I'm going to leave it separated for right now. Because in theory, this thing doesn't care about the thread either, the compaction thread. I don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily right. But let's see where there's more errors. Because I changed enough, I can expect... Yeah. For some other places. All right, so we need to go to the main. Wait, why does get value for key require a config? It doesn't. Okay. Maybe it was a little Okay, this is correct. This is wrong. How's everyone doing today? Need to import it. Hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully this is the last database one for a little while. I think we're on the right track. We're making some good updates. I need to move on to some other stuff. Eddington really needs my attention. I've also started preparing for the winter AI games. So I know that some of it or a lot of it is just going to be advent of code, but I have some stuff to go along with it. So I want to make sure I'm prepared. Let's see, config equals, you know what we should do? Just to stay consistent here. Because I like it. New. Let's see, we just need a path. Let's see, this is a path buff and a action, which is a bool. Okay, sorry, brain fart. We just need to return a config and just knock these things out. All right, undisclosed delimiter. What? Oh, 1 second. I missed a unclosed. I read undisclosed. I was like, what does it mean by undisclosed? Unclosed. Shorthand struct initialization. I don't know. Oh. Does that work? I never knew this worked. Except that it was complaining at me. I know. Did everybody know you could do this without the field names? Like instead of this? Did you guys know that? I guess if and I mean it kind of makes sense if your arguments all take the same as what you pass in. They're named all the same. I just didn't ever know you could do that. Rust doesn't strike me as a language that would allow that. So now I'm wondering what this purple function defined here. I get it. I defined a function there. I wonder what it wants me to do. Obviously, it wants something. We'll figure that out later. So we have compaction. Actually, wait. Instead of that, it's CI open brace or close brace. I think I could do either brace. Cool. And then this can just be the config. And then basically what I want to do here is either pass in a directory or if we don't pass in a directory, then we want to default. So should new take an optional? Actually, I want to work off of absolute path anyways. So it can take an optional, but instead of like just using the working directory, it should get the path of the current working directory. So let's figure out how to do that in Rust. It's probably, if I had to guess, 1 second, I can guess, I think. Now, do I pass in optional here? I wish I could just do this in clap. This would be nice. Like, get working directory. Maybe I can. We'll just do a short, long, long. There we go. Actually, I think I like this to be dir as long as the long form. I probably just upset people somewhere. Can I do that in clap? Rust, clap, get working dir as default. I set the default value for a path buff argument. By default, clap only supports static string references for default values. To enable dynamic owned values for defaults, you'll need to enable the string feature of clap in your... Wait. The next problem we'll face will clap only supports static string references for default values. Oh, okay. I see. So we can just make this a function, which should be able to allow us to get... Okay. So we should, in clap, I think, be able to get the current working directory. So let's try to do that right here. We'll do it after the main function. Get working dir. Let's see. This should return. I guess we'll do a path buff. We'll just do it right. I was going to do string, but okay. And now I'm guessing that the file system has something. I should just look it up. Reader. Let's see. Working directory. Nope. Metadata. No, given a path. I don't want to be given a path. I want to find my path. Just need to know my path. All right. Instead of guessing, we'll just Google. We could ask. Let me ask ChatGPT first. All right. In Rust, how do I get my working directory? Oh, okay. We'll see if this works. You know what? We'll see. You know what I just did? I just ruined my copy and paste. All right. Oh, let's see. There is a crate or module with similar name. Well, let's import pathbuff, but actually I think we can get it to auto import if we just type it out. Yeah. There we go. We got it to auto import. Okay, so there is a crate or module with similar name. Is this just... I'm not gonna ding ChatGPT if it didn't know that it was STD. It probably can't do STD for, like, correctness. Some moderation. Let's see. Mismatch type, expected, path buff. Okay, yeah. This was on me. Because I jammed it into this. I'm trying to understand. Oh, okay, so it parsed it out to a string. We don't really need or want that. Are we going to return an optional here, or are we going to just force unwrap it? We're just going to force unwrap it because... Yeah, this is starting up. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. Never use unwrap. Never use unwrap. I was... Okay. Okay. We're there. Don't use unwrap. I see you thinking about it. All right, we can go back to here and actually try to understand this. So we need to do this. Oh, we need to import string in our feature. Now we can do the default value. Can I do... that's not exactly what I meant to do. Stop it. Stop it. You done messed up. Can I do that? That looks wrong to me. And Russ thinks it's wrong too. All right. Do we just do this? Is this what we do? This feels particularly gross to me as well. I'd like to be able to chain them. I was gonna say, I don't feel like this is right either. Okay, this is wrong on multiple levels because we need to get... This actually needs to be get work dir. There we go. No method name into OS string found for item. Oh, I didn't actually call the function. It was trying to tell. It was literally sitting there like, come on, dude, just actually call the function instead of referencing the function. I was like, what is the problem here? All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, expected 2 arguments, found 0. Let's move on. Main function is not allowed to be async. Let's move on. We are all upset. This is probably what we're actually upset about. So in here, we'll just do args.dir. There we go. What? Path compaction. That is correct. That is the correct. Arguments function are incorrect. Expected struct. Oh, I have an option. Okay. We're just seeing if this works. We'll. Wait, it's not an option anymore. We have a default value. I'm sorry. This is just a path buff. This is superior. We don't have to unwrap it here. We already called unwrap once. All right. That should work now, right? Maybe it's actually working. Let's run cargo run, and then we'll do help. Okay, we're not fully out of the weeds yet. But this is not around our stuff. This is actually around the log segment constant. So log segment, let's see. This would be 1. This is in index. So instead of in utils here, it's in the null DB. There we go. No more errors here. Log segments. All right, let's see. That one's correct. This one needs update. No, that one looks fine. Let's actually jump up to the top here. Do we import that? We didn't import it because we fully qualified its domain. So, oh, tombstone now. Tombstone's the other constant that we have. Let's see. These are all in the utils. I don't really want to move these files just yet. This shouldn't reference the DB though either. So I guess we're going to yank all of these out. If it has the tombstone, it gets moved. It needs relocated. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. For right now, we're just gonna why don't I have a okay, go back here. Undo. I must have deleted something. It's so tempting. I like clean up one single line. Kills me. I didn't. I didn't this time. My copy paster is broken. All right, I'm just going to yank these. Wait. Not these. That's in the main. Main's fine. This is like where we're... What the garbage have I done? Yeah, this is, this is fine. I thought I was in utils. I was in util. Okay, I don't know how I jumped into main somehow. All right, let's yank these instead of the other thing. All right. I don't know. I was screwing that up somehow. All right, let's jump back into utils then. And actually delete these things. And then we can also delete this one. All right. Delete for some reason isn't working. That's the problem. It's like clearing my buffer. So now it's even less useful. For me. I've screwed something up. I've done it. All right, wait. Now I should be able to delete this whole function without doing the whole going down. Let's try doing that. I'm going to... Can we just do like VI curly brace? Okay, that like got everything inside the curly braces. Not exactly. That's like close. Wait. Is it O? VO curly brace to get outside curly braces? Okay. Yeah. Nailed it. Yes, I suck at Vim. I know you were thinking it. I know you're thinking it. Suck a little less at Vim every single day. Let's see if this works. It did not work. It was close to working. These things now point to utils. Need to not point to utils. Okay. So in index line 78. Whoa. Calm down. Okay. Ooh. What happened to Easy Reader? Oh, okay. It's just not imported into the NullDB. That's for sure fine. That's fine. That's fine. We can fix that. Let's see. Almost worked. All right. Very close. Previous definition of the check file for... We have two. Uh-oh. Did I copy and paste it twice? Line 346. It seems like I copy and paste. I am keen. Keen? I'm not keen. I'm king of copy and paste mistakes. Wait, what line did I say that was? 346. All right, so then again, we want to VO curly brace. What? VI curly brace? No, that's the inside. I did it right. Why did it not work? Oh, why did it? It's VO curly brace. I did something wrong, but didn't do it wrong the second time. All right, so we're almost through making it that we can have configuration. We're close. We're close. We're very, very close. 286. 286. 286 is our last utils. I think this is just exists here. Yeah, I think this is just here in this file now. Oh, we solved those errors, so now we got to the real errors. All right. Oh, perfect. NullDB at 50, 49. Use move config. Okay, where did we move it? Where did we move it? Oh, this is a move here. We can just clone this. All right. We're close. We're close. Okay. Used here after partial move. Oh yeah, we did partially move that, didn't we? Let's just let's see here. How do we want to deal with this? Okay, so we're consuming it here, partially moving it up here. We could just clone it again. It feels rough, but keeping this simple. Might be the simple way to deal with this. What do you guys think? Simpler way? It's a better way to deal with this? That's what I'm going to do. All right. 48. We're almost there. We're almost... I think it's 84. Or was it 48? 84. 84. Use move value file name. Why did this all of a sudden? We didn't touch this. Oh, we did touch this, didn't we? We 100% touched this. Yep. Okay, this is very valid. We're just going to clone here. Because yeah, we do want to pass back the actual file name. That's how we'll reference it. Now, this hasn't fixed everything because we don't actually leverage this path when writing data. So we're still going to fail, but we're going to get writing. Let's get the program to compile, and then we'll worry about actually making it right. Create next segment file. Does not implement copy trait. Wait. What does not? 214. Gross, but acceptable. Very gross. I don't like that. I have to think about that. Okay, cool. This also got this is actually working. This is like where my directory is. So it has a default, so you don't have to pass it. And it will still work like it used to work. Cool. Now we just have to leverage when we write. We need to leverage that as we write. You all are an awfully silent bunch today. Something happened I didn't know about? All right, so let's see. Well, happy to have you lurking, little T. So I mistyped here. Let's look through our writing. So now what we need to do is we're still going to fail. We can actually run our tests. These should fail because our tests haven't actually been updated yet for the new create DB that takes a config, but they would still fail because if we walked through it, we're still not updating how we write to the files, and we need to use the full path to write to the files now. So let's update both. We'll I guess we don't use that. And we don't have to use utils anymore. Nice. This is the problem here. We need to actually create our config. And this is like the whole thing. We went with these temporary directories for our running of our tests, but our database only ever operated from the current working directory, which was kind of bad. Kind of forced our hands to create a config for it. And then we can just pass in this config. What is this? This is, oh, we need a path buff. Into path. Oh. Interesting. Oh, so when it's consuming itself, it doesn't so because this is a temporary directory, it actually cleans itself up when it's no longer referenced on drop, and so it has to do this to persist. Interesting. That's cool. I like that. All right. I think that takes care of that. They will still not work because, again, we don't use it to write. Okay. Well. Interesting. That those don't work anymore? How's that even possible? We actually ran. We ran. I'm going to prove it up here. Yeah. The only thing I changed was the tests. I don't believe this. I'm not sure how this ever worked. All right, wait. Why is this repeated? Get value from database, get value from database. We just... I don't know. We had that problem where it wasn't actually copying and pasting. Then it compiled. And now it's like the ones that I tried to copy and paste the first time are back. I screwed something up. Yeah, like this is again duplicated again somehow. That was very weird. Very weird. All right, we're back to those running. Tests should almost run. Wait, are these after the test? Oh my gosh. Okay. 1 second. One second. This is... These shouldn't even be here. Right? 1 second. They should be in here. Didn't I put that? Yeah, they are in here. Oops, wrong one. All right. Okay, you know, I'll just clean some of this up since it's complaining at me. I get it. I get it. Unnecessary. All right. Let's make this take a... These are our tests. Don't need to be nearly as nice. We're going to make this take a path, right? Let's see. How are we using this here? We're calling path on it. Okay. That is returning a path, right? Yeah. So we'll just take a reference to a path here. Okay. And then we can just do dir here. Okay. Now, that should break stuff. Yeah, we need a reference to a path now, not a tempter. Got it. But we should be able to just do path and get a reference to that path and not consume our tempter. Beautiful. Nice. All right. We are cooking on more cylinders. All right. The last things that we can do, we need to go through and update this write value to log. This function needs updated. Needs updated bad. Now, this function is probably poorly written. This function was difficult because it's long, but the whole idea was to try to make it as linear as possible for people to understand how you wrote to the log. So let's see. So we check the line count of the main log. If it's full, we get a new main log file. And then down here, we write to it. Ooh, interesting. Did we update this? Oh, we did create the next one. Oh, create it with a full path. Ooh, you know what I bet? You know what I bet? I bet you we don't get files. We're not getting new log files. Because when we read, we just read the current directory, not from the config. That's another place we got to update. This actually might have accidentally been updated because we generate the segment file here, which uses the path. So we create this file and set it as the main log with its full. So we're actually probably writing. That's why putting a lot of data worked. we were able to put a lot of data. Okay, so let's look at reading then. Get value for key. Let's see. All right, acquire the read lock to the main log. Check it for the read lock. We're here. All right, this is where it's gonna get gross. Oh, this is gross. The generation mapper is... There's more elegant ways to do what I did, but it's difficult to do where it's simple for somebody to come in and read it. There's probably a better way. I just haven't thought of it. All right, this... I actually think this is the function that needs to be updated, because we call this get all files by extension, and this is just looking in our current directory. And what we need to do is get all files at a path. So all we need to do is, instead of this, pass in a path here. We're going to make the path first. Breaking API change. Path. Actually, we might just make this a... Can we do this? We'll see. We'll see if we can do this. We asked for a path up here, but I think we can probably get away with this. Let's see if we can't update this to be proper like. Don't get too proud, Dirk. Don't get too proud. Baby steps. Baby steps. We have converted a few things. So path inherently makes me use like references and some things like that, and I felt like it was more approachable with strings and some of the other things. But it's a little bit easier too. It's a little bit easier, I think. I think honestly, yeah. I don't know. This, like I said, I almost think I should have done this in Go. I should have done it in Go just because it would have been easier for people to like just pick up and read. Not as good of a database, but it's not meant to be a good database. Like, I mean, that's not the point of it. So, I don't know. All right. So we're close, Dirk, to having config. We're close. We've kind of spread out where we do file access, which is bad. But I think we're actually close. Our compactor. Our compactor also reads from the working directory. Look, what a fool doing this here. My goodness. My goodness. All right. So here's a key combination, Dirk. How do I select from here to here with Vim? I haven't figured this one out. I'm getting better about like inside parentheses or curly braces. This I don't know. I mean, I can do like Control V and then like WWL, but that seems kind of rough. Oh, okay. 1 second. I knew you guys would know it. Let me try it. VF. Oh, I screwed it up. VF. I screwed something up before we started that. Okay. Cool. F will highlight the character. T will go right before it. Okay. Okay. Oh, you can also do like a word search with the slash. Oh, cool. So if I wanted to like go to the segment file, I could go like v/segment file ext. Okay, so that search is only ever going to go till it finds the first. There's no reason to actually type the whole thing out. It's going to go to the first. Okay. Okay. I could do this. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. Cool. Got it. All right, we need to get the config. I did just read that config from somewhere. Can I copy and paste? Can I copy and paste it? Not from here, did I? Sweet. Thank you, Dirk and Little T. We're learning something new. I think that's one of the bigger problems with, like, there are so many Vim motion. People are like, oh, do you know Vim motions? And I was like, well, I know like 100. So basically no, because I only know like 100. Effectively no. There's like 12,000. Yeah, Little T, I only have like, I don't know, it's been like maybe a month of Saturdays and Tuesdays and Thursdays. Some Tuesdays and Thursdays. I actually took 1 week off too, so. Most of that time configuring Vim. The ultimate trap. The ultimate trap. I actually don't remember what I was looking for now. What was I doing? Where does this fail? Fails a lot of. Oh, okay. So I was updating how we read. It takes 2 arguments. Oh, because we need an argument of type path. Was I going to just pass in the config or pass in the path from the config? I guess just pass in the path from the config. I guess, yeah. Why did I come over here then? Oh, I was going to look for I probably could have just typed it. I was just going to look where I had already. I found it. Where I had already read from this because I'm just gonna copy and paste it. Yes, there we go. I was wondering what it was, but I could have just. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna grab it, and then didn't actually do it. And this is now requiring a path. But this doesn't have a path. It needs one, though. It needs one. One second. This will import it for me. There we go. And now we can pass in our path here. Done. I know this just passes it on to some other functions now going to error, but this doesn't actually have the path, so of wherever we're operating. We could pass in an entire reference to the null database, but the null database is the thing calling this, so I think this... And then this all should be fine. All right, let's see where our next error is. Null DB. Yep. All right. Well, yeah, this is where we need to pass in the new one. This is the... We need to pass in the path here. This is where I went to copy that thing and then got sidetracked, and might as well have just dealt with it myself. So let's just go there and deal with that. What file was that in? That was in NullDB. Oh, we're back to... That is in 115, though. All right. And then we can just use path here. Can I just get a reference? Yeah, I think I can just get a reference here, and then I don't have to borrow. There we go. All right. We're working through. Yeah, so that's wrong. Let's jump to the file compactor. That is the next place. We need to jump to the file compactor. I missed it. All right. This is sort of right, except that this is going to be db.config. It is private. I kind of like it to be private. Making this pub would be the easy solution. But I think what we really want is a way to read. You know what? Oh, wait. VF. Boom. Let's see. Config path. I don't know why it's not auto-filling, but as path. All right, you know what? No, we're going back to what I should have done. Instead of making this public. We're just going to put it here. Public function, get db path. I don't know. We'll work on that name. That name is terrible. Is going to return a reference to a path. And then we can jump over here, yank this, jump back, paste that there, put it in the right level, and then do config.path.path as path. You don't need a static lifetime, right? Not DB. This would be... Oh, I need a self. Thank you very much. That's why I was looking for static lifetime. I was like, I don't know what that... selfed. All right. Now we can get the DB path from the compactor in a more sane way. We'll let the DB out. I mean, it was effectively doing the same thing. They're effectively doing the same thing. I don't know. That felt a little Java-y to me. Felt a little Java-y. I try to avoid that. It hurts my soul. All right. Oh boy, have I made a lot of problems. Okay, this is actually maybe... Yeah, I made a lot of problems. Okay, an argument of type path is missing. Null DB 73. Oh, it needs a path here. Yep. Because generate index now requires a path. All right. What was this clone? What was the other thing here? 1 second. What did I stomp on? Yeah, I didn't want to get rid of the main log part. I just wanted config.path.asPath. And then really here, instead of cloning this, I should be able to just do as path here. We're going to change this to a reference to a path. That should work fine here, right? Oh, wait. Was this where we were? Yeah, well, this is just path.clone. We're just cloning the path for a mutable. Yeah, actually this might need to stay a path buff. Can I clone it and then make a path buff out of it? Let's see if path buff. I want to create a path buff from a path reference. I can just create a new one and push with the path. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to make this back to a reference. And then instead of doing this clone here, we're going to do path buff new. And then we're going to do segfile.push path precisely. Dirk, I don't need your condescending tone here. I know you're the Haskell, the Haskell main. I've been watching Dota 2, the international tournament, so I'm like talking about our favorite languages like they're our main ones. Oh. Haskell main. That's how I'm doing it now. You're a Haskell main. I'm like a C++ main. Do I need to go hide in a corner? Get my dunce cap on? All right. Let's see. It's be so easy in C++. You just throw a pointer around. Come on. Just give me that avoid pointer. Or my favorite is a pointer to avoid pointer. That's so much power. You just can feel the power you hold when you're passing around a pointer to avoid pointer. All right, expected a reference to a path, found a path buff. Okay, that should be good. We were 227 in NullDB. And now we should just be able to pass this as a reference. Yeah, the good old void pointer. Such a horrible idea, but I mean, so much power. So much raw power. Oh. With great power comes great responsibility. All right. Uh-oh. I think I've done something bad. But still more honest than interface? I don't know. It depends on how you look at interfaces. You could look at yeah. In C++, you don't have interfaces. You just have multiple inheritance and virtual pure virtual functions. It's even better. Okay, I did something bad here. NullDB 64. Oh. So actually, template. I don't mind about the template meta programming. It can be verbose and it can be difficult. So like I actually, one of the things I do like about C++ is its templates. Like, its templates are really powerful and can be really useful. They're difficult though. They're difficult. And they can be difficult for people to get into because they're almost its own language that you have to learn. All right, config is borrowed here. I've done screwed up. Can I just... Does that doesn't work. All right, borrow checker problem. Where did I mess up here? Oh, I'm gonna have to lifetime. No, we're going to avoid lifetimes. We will do this without a lifetime. I don't want people to have to read a lifetime in here. I know. I was trying to avoid that, Dirk. I mean, the lifetime is probably the right thing to do here. It's probably the right thing to do here, but I was trying to keep it really simple for people that like wanted to come in and read. And already this path as path, I feel like is a little bit rough for people. But like I think it was acceptable. It actually was making things a little bit easier. Wait, can I do something like this? Might be dumb. I'm not even sure it will work, but let me try this. That's clonable, right? But it's still gonna borrow config here. Even if I clone it, we're gonna run into this problem. Because this is owned by the current function, so we're still gonna have issues here. Should I go back to the path buff? Actually, you know what? That would be a simple. Like, I agree that if we're talking real life, this should just have lifetime annotations. But I think you're right. We could do instead of this as a clone, we could very smart thinking there, Dirk. We can just do path buff. Wait. I think we already have it imported, hopefully. New. And then we could do path dot push config dot path path dot as path. And then return path dot as path. Okay, well, spelling sometimes helps. Okay, let's make this mutable. I can't return, I'd have to return a path buff from here. I'd have to return a path buff from here. A buff path. Man, I don't like that much, but I think maybe this would make it easier for people. I don't know. You guys vote. I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee. And then you guys vote. You guys think about it. We can do lifetimes. I just wanted to keep I was thinking for the most part, like I said, it's an educational database. Keeping lifetimes out of it seems great, but I don't know. Like we could do a little bit. I feel like the problem with lifetimes though is as soon as you do the a little bit, it starts to grow because then like everything that touches that is like, oh, I also need my lifetimes, and then it can kind of grow a little bit. So let's think about this. Let's think about this, and I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. While I get a cup of coffee, I'm gonna show you. Watch this. Watch this. You guys all know this exists. Code. Let's get this going. All right. Fantastic, people. I will be right back. I think I'm going to leave it as a path buff, but I'm going to make a cup of coffee while I think about it. All right, I'm back. Look. All right. Let's see. What my vote is to try annotating the lifetimes of the. Okay. And only this function. If it starts to spread, then use path. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. If lifetimes, if it doesn't spread too badly, that's a fair. Let me see. I need to undo this. That's a fair, attempt. Because it can be much simpler. Let's see. All we really need is this then. Config is borrowed here. Okay, perfect. So let's do a lifetime. Let's see. We'll do a here for a lifetime. Oh wait. No. I think it's over here. Sorry. wrong side of the wrong side. Okay. And then we'll have to annotate our return. So this is going to be an A here. Lifetime A is returned here, is gone. Yeah, Dutch. Yeah, I know. It's weird to find somebody as good at software engineering as me on the East Coast, but it does happen. I know that you elitist over there. I'm just teasing. I'm not that good. That was the joke. Not about you guys being elitist or anything, but about my being that good. All right. Let's see. We need. Do we also need? Oh, probably yes. Because that's the thing that actually has the thing we're borrowing. All right, config is borrowed here. Yes, it is borrowed there. Eight rounds of interviews? Oh, dude. Hey, Code Alchemist. How do I set up my test runner? Well, we're not really running test runners today, but we can talk about test runners. There's a bunch of ways to do that. Right now, we're going to figure out this this borrowing issue. Okay, so it's saying config is borrowed here, so which is true. But I have lifetimes, but it doesn't like the lifetimes. Why doesn't it like these lifetimes? Cannot return value referencing local value config. Oh, okay. So it's complaining because this is part of the local function, even though this is actually part of the null, the self object. I guess it doesn't realize that. I guess it doesn't realize that. So let's try to do this. We could change this to an option. And then we could just return this. No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. That's dumb. That's dumb. Let's undo that. That is not what we want to do. What we can do is this. What we can do is this. It does not like this. What temporary? Oh, I think it doesn't like the arc. I don't think it likes the arc. Because on this read, it's creating this temporary thing that has ownership. That's the problem. I did not mean to edit that. That's not what I meant to do. All right, so what we actually need to do, because it's fairly correct that the arc shouldn't allow it to do this. I wasn't thinking about this. What we need to do is clone the config. Oh, but that still gets us into the ownership problem, right? Because now if we've cloned the config, it has no life. But we could define a lifetime for it, right? Let's go back to here. No. Because this config goes out of scope. Because that's what the read lock does. So we could create a new one, but then we'd have to return it, like pathbuff. I think pathbuff is the answer for right now. I think we could do a lot of rewriting to get around the pathbuff. But I think the simpler solution... This was a good thought experiment, though, because I don't do a whole lot with lifetimes. A lot of the times, yeah, I think we're going to have to start talking about annotating things that aren't the... Yeah, I think you're right. Good experiment, though. We should always feel free to do those things, because then you get better about thinking them through beforehand. So yeah, that was good. Yeah, me too. I think pathbuff makes sense here. There we go. And then basically anybody that calls this can just get the path from it if they want it. They should be able to, as a reference, because they'll own that. We want to return a clone of it. I don't know about that part just yet. Let's see how this runs. All right, right. We're going to have to fix that. 48 in the file compactor. That's not the right one. That is line 48 dot as path. So we can still pass around the references because That feels way better to use this. Cool. Less copying, less Haskelling. That's what I call copying. When you are tempted to clone something, you can Haskell it up. I make fun of all languages. Mostly JavaScript and Java, but you know. All right. Does this compile? Cool. We still ran into a panic, but it compiles. So in the main file at line 153, we panicked with failed to write to a file, which most likely means it didn't actually have the full path. Wait, was that 53? 153. Write value to log. This is the thing that failed? Did it have a good failure message? Failed to write to log, no such file. Perfect. So it didn't actually print in here when it... let's see. Yeah, it didn't print anything out. So it failed somewhere in here, in this function, silently. It's not silent. It's one of these question marks. I mean, like that's the whole point of these question marks, is it just, you know, propagates, but... So it's failing to find the file or directory. So it's one of these file.opens here. Now it could be... Okay, we'll put this in to delete it. It could be that the main log isn't coming with its full path. So actually, this is still a string. We could make this a path buff. Question. Do we store the fully qualified string, or do we just store its name? And I think we should just store its name, and we have to concatenate on the full, like, build the full path. I think that's really... I think what we really need is a function something like this. We're going to just return a path buff. That's what we're going to do. And then basically we need also file name. And then what we can do here is grab this. I need to handle these read locks a little bit better. One, I think we do a little too much. Yeah. We do a little too much locking. We do a little too much locking because we don't isolate something to a single thread. So a lot of times you can get rid of these locks if you say, well, config is only read on a certain thread. That simplifies the architecture of locking, but also complicates, like, oh, I now have to ask this config thread for a message with the config. Just more code. Again, maybe in the future. Get full path. So what we're going to do here is let path equal path buff. New. This needs to be mutable. And then we can do path dot push. Get DB path and not that. Path dot push file name. And this should be a fully quantified. I have no idea what I just typed there. Let's delete all of that. I hit some key combo. Does this not return itself? Let's get some currying going. It does not. All right. I didn't need any of this. Nice call rust. All right. Now that we have this, where were we? We have a function to get our fully qualified path. Get full path. Get path for file. I almost put a question mark. I said it with like a voice inflection and I almost put a question mark. I've done that before. All right, so now we got to go and update every single place we access like this. Create next segment file takes a path. I guess if this is getting the full path, we don't need to do it here. We'll assume it's getting the full path. My assumption's probably wrong. I guess what we need to do, let's see. Okay. Yeah. This is because this is getting a path and it's building the file name. So that's good. But it's only returning the name. It's not actually returning the path. That's important because that's where we would write to the main log file, is at wherever that is. Get main log. Write value to log. I think we were looking through this. Okay. The main log is only the file name. So what we need to do is, I don't return a result, right? So I can just do it right here. Self dot get path for file, main log, log.clone. Wait, do I have an extra clone here? I feel like I do. One second. I'm cloning the main log here. What am I cloning? I don't need to clone this. I don't think. There we go. Okay. All right. So that is getting our fully qualified file. So basically, I'm just going to search for file. Any place that one's fine. That one's fine. Is that it? We open the file again, don't we? This could use some more cleanup. We have a ton of cleanup we could do. I'm gonna try to keep it in manageable chunks, though. All right. Let's see. Yeah, right here. We're doing the dot opens. So let's search for that. Yep. We're in trouble here. This one might be fine. Get value per segment if we're passing the full path in, as long as that's happening. This one's bad. So self dot get path for file. Oops. Undo. It's just the main log name. Okay. Self dot get path file. I think we need another one of these. Done. Is that it? Is that it? You know what we should do? Just to make sure we're not doing something dumb, which if you've been around here very long, let's grep across all of this for open. Let's see. Don't care about file reader. Here we do care. Open options. There we're just doing path.clone, but this is from the path there is the main log file name. So this is bad right here. Here we go. We found another one. Self dot. Do we not have self? Where is the? Oh, is this in the compaction options? This is in the compaction, isn't it? Yeah, it's in the file compactor. So file compactoring would be broken. So we have DB, not self. DB dot. We don't have access to that. That could be a public function, right? Right? This. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just building a path buff for you. I think this will work. All right. No immediate error does not mean that it actually worked. All right. Let's do dot open again. Open. Let's see. Fine. Yep. I don't know if new segment name is fully quantified. So that's from the generate segment file name. This function. I don't think it is. I need a better mechanism for file management. That's something we're going to have to do in the future, is like a actual, and this would actually be a cool YouTube video. So I think we can like actually I don't have what we should do off the top of my head, but like something to manage file access like at one place instead of having it spread around a lot. It would also be the thing, it could actually own the locks to the file, because we actually do fake locks in our database to protect us from corrupting memory on the file. So it could actually own those things. It's kind of the NullDB right now, but like we could actually have like the NullDB could have a file manager or something like that. I think that would be really good, because instead of all of this, we could just make these the repetitive things that we're doing file manager calls, because we're doing a bunch of stuff to it. Like a bunch of repetitive stuff, like opening the files, and each time we open the file, we have to make sure that we're in the right directory and those types of things. So I think that could be a good good little YouTube video. On like, I don't know, it's not really databases. Could be a fun little YouTube video, but I'll have to think about like the premise of it. It's probably not let's build a database. It's probably like how to not suck at programming. So I'll need one of you guys to to write that one for me. Let's see. Let's see. We've gone through all these. This one needs it now. And then we're done with the file compactor. I might be able to do it in the database one, just be like, let's take file access more seriously. It might be a good one. This is garbage. This is garbage. All right, done that. File reader, that's fine. Index, let's see. This is assuming you give it a fully qualified path. Should we change this to a path? I think maybe we change this to a path. I think we do this, right? Oh my gosh. There we go. I still need to figure out what it means by function defined here. Like, I get it, it's defined here, but it does not like that it's defined there. I have done something to anger it. I think if I run Clippy, it would tell me. Okay, so this path is wrong. We're given a path here. Okay. That's good. That's where we should be. And we do get generations mapper for that path. But this mapper is not giving us fully qualified domain names. Is not giving us fully qualified ones. I bet it's only giving us the names. Yes. In that path, which is good. In that path. But that means that every access down here, we need to build the fully qualified path for. We don't have access to our helper function. This is horrible. Maybe we update this to... This returns a segment generation mapper, which just has a vec of these things. We'll leave them for strings for right now. We could easily change them to path buffers, to path buffs, but we won't do that right now. We'll leave them there. Okay. This really doesn't care about where it's from. Maybe the best is just to... There's literally a squirrel in my window. Literally a squirrel. He's staring at me. I'll post it in Discord so you guys can believe me. Check it out. Literally, that little booger's right in my window. Gotta cover my face. There we go. See the squirrel? I'm not just randomly saying, oh, look, a squirrel. There's literally a squirrel. I guess I'm still yelling, oh, look, there's a squirrel. But, you know... legitimately a squirrel checking out the stream. You gotta do it on Twitch or YouTube so I get the views, buddy. All right, sorry about that. We'll move on. I don't know what we want to do here. You know, we could do this really crudely. And this is, I was doing this at the beginning of this stream, and I was like, no, I'm doing it with paths because that's like, they're made for this. And then, you know, can I do that? Can I do that? Not entirely sure this is going to work. Just string. This function is not getting the treatment. This is not getting the treatment at all. It's going to be old, lame, and bad. We're going to Haskell this function. Consider cloning this. Why? I can clone it. Done. I'm happy to clone it. Cloning is easy. Cloning is easy. All right, we broke something. We broke something. It works less well now than it did. Beautiful. Beautiful. You know, honestly, I need to... We're not running any compaction in this, so the compaction shouldn't be a problem. What could be a problem, though, is... We went through the compactor. We didn't go through all these. Okay, let's go through all these. Get path for file, get path for file, get path... Yep, we're cooking on... Oh, we found one. I don't know if it's a problem. Is it a problem? Is it a problem? Tell me it's a problem and we'll fix it. Oh, who's calling this? It's definitely a problem? Okay, we'll fix it. Do you mind explaining why it's definitely a problem? I'm not asking this to be... I'm asking as a learning experience, not as a... like, some people will be like, oh, explain. No, you definitely seem like you know that it's a problem, so I'd love to hear. As long as it's not too much to type up. Otherwise, just post a link. Oh, okay. I see why it would definitely be a problem then. This is getting messy. From database, from segment. So this one needs its fully qualified path. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That would be a problem. I'll find a different way to get its value. Let's see. Where do we get the path? So we'll just throw it in here. We'll just do the yeah, we're in the right. We are cooking on all cylinders. Arguments to this are wrong. Oh, come on. We can do a path in here, right? Right? we're gonna at least just start with that. See how badly this screws us. It compiled. It compiled. All right, but we still have issues. We still have issues. But we can work with this. We can work with this. All right. We need to jump back to our file compactor and fix our let's see. It was this. Let's find this one. Since the epoch has always worked out well for me there. Where was it that we did that? Was it not in the file compactor? I thought that it was. Uh-oh. Oops, I lost it. Let's find out where it was. Not there. Oh, maybe it was in the index, because in the index, I don't have the reference to the DB to build it for me. This is where it is. I see it now. Okay. We're back. We're back. This is an optional, though. That optional thought it had me. I showed it who was boss. Okay, we probably shouldn't do that, but it felt good. It felt good instead of typing a whole bunch more. Let's try to figure this out. Mod at 64. That's actually where I'm at, but just different. So what this is getting is it's not liking. It no likey. Let's wait, did I do all of that for I didn't see as stir. Yeah, I don't see as stir. I started with as. If I had seen as stir, I would have just gone with as stir, right? Oh, there's a to stir. There we go. It also gives an optional. I bet to stir is doing exactly what I was doing. Effectively, because inner I bet is an OS string. Yeah, I mean, to stir is doing the exact same thing I was doing, but is there a display for an optional? I don't think so, no. You still just have to unwrap it. All right. Wait a second. We're just gonna print out file path for generate index for segment. I think we've just screwed up a bunch of stuff, to be honest. Be perfectly honest. Actually, that looks about right. I mean, it's a temporary file. Oh, you know what? It's not right. No slashy slash. No slashy slash. I didn't know, and I made a guess, and my guess was wrong. My guess was that if it was a directory, it would have a slash itself. There we go. There we go. It still failed. It still failed, but, you know, it's fine. There was no display for path. That's why I was doing all of that. That's literally why I was doing all of that. Was because it said, there's no display for path. Why would I have done any of that? I did this, and it said no. Path doesn't implement display. That's where we started. Russ said no to me. I don't try to get the string representations of things first. I'm lazy. I'm super lazy. This is my weekend. I'm here to enjoy myself. Write some Rust. All right. 65. I was in 65. Or I was in mod. Wait. It's still here. It's still failing here. Why don't I see this? It worked more, but then still failed at the same place. Maybe I shouldn't do an expect. Maybe I should handle it. Let's look through some of this. All right. File path. Oh, it does not have the directory. It doesn't have the directory on this one. I see why. I see why. What's this? Oh no, this path should have it. Unless this unwrap is just... Oh, so this could be failing if this is empty, right? Let's look at where we call generate indexes. Wait. It's just generate... Oh, we call generate index for segment places. We do. Is there a way that I copied this. So like... Is there a way to paste that into the live grep? It does not appear to be. All right, that's the file we're in. That's fine. The file compactor calls that directly because it has a specific file. This is where we've gone wrong. We've gone wrong. Okay, I'll try that. So Alt-C or Alt-R for paste. I'm not sure I'll remember that, but I can try it in just a second. Let's see. What are we in? We're in the compactor. So if we're in the compactor, it should be db dot get path for file. We definitely need to have a file manager. This is getting out of hand. That is obscure as heck. Not gonna lie. I would not have guessed that. If we were guessing. No. Are we really going through all of these? I need one for up an error. All right, so generate index requires a string. We went away from doing the path. So, but this returns a path. Returns a path buff. We can handle this. We can deal with this. There is a toStir. I don't want to do this. Like that, will that oh, that might actually work though, but I don't want to do that. All right, we can fix that probably. We can probably fix that. We can probably fix that. Oh, these are maybe some of the rough edges around Rust, using Rust. When like, it's like, I just want the string for the path. You can do toStir unwrap into. You get a string, no problem. And you probably shouldn't do this because you're calling unwrap. But okay. Let's understand what's going on here. 180. Index not found for log. Are we actually getting to the real problem? Have we replicated the real problem in our test? It always fails, but it actually seems to be working too. Like you can see, like it actually has indexes, which is cool. Have I done anything that's actually useful? I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's think. Let's look at the test. We're in the right file, right? I think so. I think we're in the right file. This is garbage. Is it in main? It might be in main. It's in main. Okay. These are our tests. So I think get value for key. Yeah, they're both failing. What I want to do is make this a few less. Instead of 1,000, let's do 100. Now, this might be a problem with us setting up the test because it seems like it's never finding my name now. And so it could be that we're not copying in the right stuff. So it could be that the test is still bad. Let's validate this with like a simple test. Let's do this one. Oh, this is the simple test. This one should be working. It always was working. So I'm assuming that if get value for key is not working, that we're not setting up the tests properly. That would be my assumption. Because what this does is it copies in these resources. It copies in some set resources. Let's make sure those resources are still there. Yeah. So, yeah, see, it should have a value with Merrick in it if we're copying in those test segments. Oh, we're still doing the cargo. Oh, no, this is just the path. This is the path. And we have a dir. Why are we not using the dir? 1 second. 1 second. Let's see. So in here, we set the current directory as the temp directory. Then we copy over from the cargo path. Are we passing in the cargo path? Yes. Let's rename this to cargo path. Cargo path. This is our cargo path. So that's our working directory where our tests are. That's good. Then when we build our database, we're using the temp directory to start the database. Okay, so that's looking correct. So this is going to get the data from the test files and copy it into our temp directory. This is also going to set our, we don't need this as our working directory anymore. I would say that we don't do this. And does copy take paths? We can fix this up a little bit. Yeah. Wait, where did I do that? Karoo Land. Also, thanks for joining us. I probably did do that somewhere. The code is always mad at me. It's like my special ability. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave the first one as a string where we're formatting, but where we're writing to, we'll do this. Let mute. What are we going to call it? Actually, I'm just going to make this a little bit easier. Function get dir string name string path buffer. It's going to return a path buffer, and all this is going to do is do let dir equals path buffer, path buff new dir let's do mute dir dot push name. Oh, my expect. Yeah, misspelling is I am known for. I am 100% known for. Okay, so dir.push name. No, we gotta do dir then. There we go. Okay, so now what we can do here is basically just get dir I think that's nice. We'll see. Yes, I know that you can multi-line edit in Vim. I am not skilled enough to multi-line edit. It never works for me. It literally never works for me. I have tried. Yep, resources is it's been typed too many times wrong, so it's staying wrong. I think this will be fine as a stir. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. All right, setup based dir. We're using the. Oh wait. We gotta. Oh, we need. This is. What we need is the dir of path buffer. Just a path. It's just a reference to a path, I think. That's... No, I just want the path. Do I need to do... I don't think I fully referenced it. There we go. Undo. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Dir of path. There we go. All right. I know we've discussed this, Dirk. Watch. I'll do it here. We've got to add the dir to everything. You say Shift-I. Shift-I. That's at the beginning. I don't want to... I just want a multi-line here at the get dir. So Shift-I was at the beginning. So I'll do Control-V, go down. Now if I Shift-I and I type, let's see, dir, comma, enter, it doesn't work. Oh, I press escape. Oh, it did work. It did work. After I press escape, not enter. I don't know. It keeps failing on me. I'm not smart enough for multi-line insert. I'm not smart enough. All right, that kind of worked, I guess. All right, and then in dir here, what we're first going to do is dir.push dir. And we'll do this as D. Because I'm going fast. Still failed. But this is okay. This is okay. These are just in tests. I'm not as worried. Okay, so it's still failing. And it's failing on both. So again, this one I would assume the copying over of files is wrong. Or I mean the database isn't reading the files from the right directory. But it does look like it's passing this in, so like it looks like it's doing it from the temp directory. This looks right. It's an empty file though. Like look at this. Empty line detected. Empty line detected. These files are empty. Interesting. Why would they be empty? So there's actually a file there. Oh. But it's empty. Okay. Okay. Let me Carolanda, that's a so basically we've been making this database for educational purposes. Like I'm not actually trying to make a database to compete with somebody's database or do a special thing. I do a YouTube series on it. And I write most of the code for it live. The whole database has always just worked in the current working directory. And this last time, to make things more sane, I've updated it to work off of a config. So like it will read a file from wherever, but I never managed file access well. So every single file access was just somewhere in the code accessing file directly. And it sucks. The real fix to that, which is another stream for another time, is to actually rewrite it to have like a file manager, like something that's in charge of files specifically. But that's not this stream. This stream, we're going to get this working, and then we can break it again, making a file manager. All right. So what I don't get is if this didn't work, let me actually try doing that again. 1 second. Watch this. Watch this. All right. Shift I / escape. Nice. If this doesn't work, we shouldn't index anything in there. See, there's no files. It's only the new main log segment. So, right. We're doing all of this to solve a stupid bug that we couldn't solve. So anyhow, that is not what I meant to do. Oh well, didn't work. So maybe this is not the right directory. Let's see. I mean, this is the right file. The resources test segments, null segment 1. This is, yeah, I mean, at least I'm consistent with misspelling stuff. You know, that's the real important thing. Really, it's you all that don't know how to spell. So here we're using the cargo path to get those things. That's right, Alexander. I am using NeoVim now. I'm not very good at NeoVim, mind you. Carland, you can spill just fine. I can as well. I actually spilled some water this morning. Luckily, not on anything important. All right. What do we want to figure out first? Okay, I guess we need to understand why these segments aren't copying properly. What I am going to do is comment out this test. That test generates a lot of noise. And let's look at this. So we see that these aren't indexing properly, and or the files don't really have anything in them. But these look to be the right, like it's trying to index in the right place. Now, we are on tempdir here. This is our temp directory. I think these are getting cleaned up. Now, the interesting thing is maybe they don't get cleaned up. So let's actually test that. No, they look like they're getting cleaned up. Which copy function are you talking? Oh, this one? Yeah, it reads a file and it writes a file. It does return a result. But we unwrap it here. So if this was failing, it should fail here. It should fail right here on this unwrap. So this unwrap will panic if it fails. So watch this. Let's change this file to something else. That should cause it to fail. But it didn't. This is where it's trying to copy from, though. Home code, like this is right. We can go into there. So one dash one dot null segment. So this, where it's this right here, is the file. You know, we can. That is the same place, right? I mean, we can just. It's the same place. So this is. This is what this is doing right here. Oh, this is the file name that it copies to. Sorry. That was a bad test. It was this that I meant should fail. Right? Yeah. So see, if it doesn't find the file, this should fail right here. And it doesn't though. So yeah, this is panicking there. So actually my now guess is that it's copying it over correctly. We can also do let's do this just for sanity checks. Maybe. We'll do get dir. And we'll just do the same as this one -1 dot null segment. And we'll just have a sanity check that where the index says the file is where we're copying the file. All right. As no, not here. As path dot unwrap. No, not as path, as to string dot unwrap dot that should be fine. Yeah. All right, sanity check time. All right, so it's writing it here in this TMP BWRE whatever, this right here. And that is the same. It's the same. So it's reading from the same place we're copying to. Oh, okay. Now I gotta think. I gotta think. 1 second. Oh, wait. Maybe this is working now. It panicked at index not found for log segment. Let's go look at that. 180. 180. This should be, so this is saying that it found a log segment that hasn't been indexed. Now, this could be actually it's not indexed, or what I'm guessing here. See this path? Let's actually print that path out. What I'm guessing is that how we search for the index, we always search for it by path. And I bet you I've screwed up the log index where you have to have the full path, like the full file path to the file, not just its name. I bet you that's what I've done. I've screwed it up. So this is just the file name. Now, let's see. This. I bet you. How do we print these things? I don't know. I bet you if we do this, we can just print the whole index thing. Why is this so angry? Oh, I did not put those in there. Yeah. The key is now the whole path. Is that what we want? I'm gonna say yes. I feel like possibly no, though. It's a little weird. We're kind of stuck between two things right now. Like, we've always referred to things just by their name, not their full path. I want to say that the real solution is finding out where we generate these and making sure that we only use the name. That's probably the right solution for now. I could just build the full path when searching for it there, but I don't think that that's right. I don't know that that's right. So we'll try it this way. Let's see. I think this is better, right? Let's see. Index not found for log segment. We have the null segment. Here is our one dot null segment. It should be 1-1 or something screwy here, right? This does not look. Should be 1-1 and 1-2. Right. They're all generation 1. That's what, yeah, it's this here. How did that get screwed up like that? We did file path. All right. Oh, because this is where we built it with what generation it has. Oh, okay. Sometimes I hate the things that I've done. Path part 1. We'll come up with a better name for it in a second. We'll come up with a better name for it in a second. So we don't need this. And then this becomes this. And this becomes path part 1. And then we can use path part. This is why we need a file manager. This is the temporary. This is temporary. Path part 1. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. All you doubters. All of you doubters. All right. So now let's turn on the big one. Let's turn on the big one. Let's start with 100. Let's start with 100. Let's go to 1000. We got it. We're reproducing a bug. Finally. 2 days of work. 2 days of work just to to where we can reproduce the bug. Oh. I feel good about that one. I feel good about that one, right? All right. Panic at file does not exist. No such file or directory. Let's see where this is. Wait a second. Where was that? Mod 66. So we went to open up a file. So we should see a file path for generate index. Where is that? What is that? File path for generate index. So it's not finding a file that it thought should exist, a segment that should exist. I think this could be our error, because if it's building the whole index and it hits this, it's going to return nothing. No, this isn't an option. Never mind. This is an option. So why does it think there's a file? So in the future, we should actually keep a list of where all of our data is. But right now, we actually just build this list off the file system. Wait a second. This doesn't have its full path. This doesn't have its full path. Check it out. It doesn't have the temp directory. Whoever called this didn't pass in its full path, which isn't here, because this generates a full path, right? Yeah, this generates a full path. Okay, so somewhere else is calling generate index for sequence. Now I'm going to try my control R, because I've been promised that this is going to work. So I can do find This? Oh, yeah. Yank that. Now, Control R. That did not work. Maybe Alt R? I tried things. Those were not working. Generate index for segment. There we go. Not there. That's calling get path, so that's fine. That might be a problem right there. Let's just see if we see any other generate. There might be a problem too. This is fine. Fine. Okay, so we have two problem children here. I feel lied to, Dirk. That's all I can say. I feel lied to. I was promised great things with Control R. Great things. Actually, you know what I wonder? If I highlight this and then with this highlighted, open it up, that would be cool. Like if I could just like not copy and paste it, but like, I bet you I can do that. I bet you I can configure NeoVim to let me open it with the highlighted thing. I bet you that's something we can do because I already do the shortcut to like open. All I have to do is open it with the highlighted thing. We can do that. We can do that for sure. Generate next segment file. Does this? This does not. This is not what we need. All right, so if this is the case, do we make this do the whole file? Or just this? I think this should be the whole file, like the whole file name. So let's keep this simple. All we'll do here to keep this simple, what will we do? That's the file name. Why? I don't know why this whole function's indented wrong, but it is. And then what we're going to do is this is going to return a path. I believe we're just going to path this out. And then what we're going to do, we're going to fix this indentation. And then we're going to do let path buff. No. Let path. Actually, I don't even think we need a let. Maybe we can just call. Oh, we're in a stupid function. This function doesn't know the DB. What we need here then is we need a path. Oh, the horrors. What we really need is, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Path, let mute path equals, what is it going to equal? It's going to equal a path buff new, just new path dot push path. Okay, we're going to rename this to base path. Base path. Base path. There we go. I tried to refer to it directly. You said... Okay, could you just import it for me? Pretty please? Thank you. All right. And then we're gonna have to return path buff here. That's how it's gonna have to work. And then path dot push let name equals that. Push name path. All right. What's wrong here? I'm sorry, I did not tell you to import it. You could have just done that for me. There's no path but. Oh, there's no path but. You know what? All right, now we need the base path to be passed in here. And that's going to be... Get DB path. What did I do wrong here? Oh dear. That is not, I did not mean to do that. I meant this generate segment file name. I just updated it. Where did I use that? Oh, this up here. This is what I needed to do. It's above path, but my spelling is degenerate. It is. Let's see. Done. Okay. You expect a string. Really? A path buff isn't good enough for you? Can I just use the reference, please? This only takes string? No, it takes a Azref path. Expected string. Oh, get file. Wait. Oh, okay. I see. It was not complaining about that. It was complaining about this function. We don't need this. We don't need this because we already have the path for the file. We could have just used that, I guess. Yeah. I guess we could have just used that, but we didn't. Okay, this Generate index for segment. Yeah, this we did leave as a string for the time being, so we didn't have to change everything else. We're just going to... To-own doesn't work here, does it? No. We need to just do toStir unwrap. It's not the prettiest. And then expected string, found path buff. Yep. toStir, unwrap, to-own. We'll fix this when we fix the access, file access. Ugh. Should have changed it to a path buff. Oh, the rabbit hole does rabbit. Thus so rabbit. You got 6 errors. I want the errors. I don't want the purple H's, the helps. I want these. All right. Yeah, this is fine. I don't care. We can just do that. Expected string, found path buff. Do I just add index, change this to take a path buff? And then convert it to a string in here? Or do I make my index be path buffs? Would that work? Would that work? If we took this and made these all right, we gotta fix this. It'll be fine. I don't know that this is the right thing to do. Cannot find type path buff in this scope. Not found in this scope. Oh, I'm sorry. I will let you import it for me. Thank you. This is a lot of work for a little video. Oh my gosh. Let's see, path part 1. This almost now necessitates using a path buff, fully qualified name for the path. We're going to make it a buff path. Buff. A buff path buff. So what we can do then is this. Let buff path equal new buff path buff new. Our buff path will wait. Need to make this mutable. Mute. We'll push then to here. We'll push our path first. And then we'll push our buff path, path 1. No, push the path part 1. All right. And now we can insert with this. With our buff path. All right. You know how many errors I have just created in this database at this point? It's not few. It is not few. Oh no. I see the word borrow and I get a sinking feeling, but I don't think we need to borrow there. I think that that's because we're passing the wrong thing. We got to go through and update those. So let's do that. What is our path here? Our path is a string. That's our problem. I'm not saying it was wrong, Dirk. I'm saying that it's a lot of pain. A lot of pain. That's what I'm saying, Dirk. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. Obviously, I'm doing it, so. What I think we need to do here is this. Self.get path for file. That's still the file name. Format. I mismatched something. Where did I make the boo-boo? Oh. That means this needs to protect a path buff. I don't even know how path buffs compare. It's a good question. I want them to compare by value, not by reference. I'm hoping they compare right. We'll find out. Okay, that's now working. Only went from 2 errors to 12. Okay, well, this is easy to fix. This one's easy to fix. Easy to fix. It's not always by value, right? So the smart pointers, don't they override theirs? So I mean, like, wouldn't it be up to whoever with the smart pointer? I mean, even with the smart pointer, it's up to whoever implemented it, right? I could be wrong. I've never actually written my own smart pointer. Maybe I should. Maybe that should be something we do. All right, next error. You have me second guessing myself, because I feel like my thought was like a smart pointer would have to say how to compare itself. But maybe there's a smart way that it doesn't have to. Like, maybe for the most part you don't have to, unless you like hit an edge case, or you know, like the smart pointer has an unsafe in it or something. I'm second guessing myself now, Dirk, too. But yeah, in general, by value. I've never really had the problem. It should always be by value. I agree with that. All right, we don't need this anymore, because if the main log is going to be its path, it's going to be its full path. So we'll just delete all of that. But I mean, I also imagine that most smart pointers, if they did have to do that, would actually do the work of doing it. Because it would make the smart pointer not work. Because like, people don't think about string being a smart pointer, but it is in Rust. And they wouldn't think about comparing. Like, it would break the norm, because you're right. In Rust, everything compares by value. Well, yes. Unless you're actually using raw pointers or hashes, but whatever. Let's go to the next error. The method to string exists. Oh, wait. We have, this is now a... What is this? Generate index for segment takes... Okay, so now we need to update this. We didn't update this so that everything else could stay the same, and now we've changed everything else. Oh. All right. We have a string. We did the same. This will just be our buff path now. This is just going to be a buff path. And then in our index, we're going to store it as buff path. Yep. All right. I need to figure out what it means by function defined here. I mean, like, I want to say no duh, but I'm sure there's a reason it's complaining about a function being defined here. I am breaking some rule. A rule breaker. Can I do not that? That will solve that. Let's see. Add index here. The method toString exists for struct. No, we don't need it to add index should now take path buff, right? This because we now index them by path buff. And yes, I think there's a lot of performance that we could get by doing it as a reference, reference to a path, but there would be a lot more work to be done. And maybe not that much performance, honestly. I'm not even sure that much more performance, to be fair, because this is, I mean, it is our index. It might be read a lot. All right. Borrow. Let's see. Oh, our segment is not a path. And okay. This needs to be now a path buff. No lifetimes, a little less performant. I think if we tried to do lifetimes, it would balloon. But I think that if we do the lifetimes inside of a file manager, like a disk manager, that we could keep it to within the disk manager. And that might be acceptable. Right, we're going to allocate some more, but who cares? For right now, I'm fully on board with who cares. Yes. Fully on board with the statement of who cares. All right. Expected, unknown, found path buff. Wait, why did you expect unknown? Yeah, it's a path buff now. Why do I need to borrow segment here? Why does it say expected unknown? That's not. It's wanting a reference to it. Sorry, that's why it's asking me to borrow. I was thinking it was asking me to like set up lifetimes, and I was like, why does it want lifetime? But no, it's asking me to borrow the thing. That's all. Sorry. Got it. Moving on. I need next error to skip purple. I don't want purple things. I want red things. I want red things. Purple things are for the people who don't have red things. I have red things. I don't need to go to the next purple thing. Purple things for me is method defined here. All right, mismatch types, path buff and string. All right, expected path buff found string. Let's see. What is my main log here? Create next log segment. Is this really not returning a... No, it's returning a string. This needs to return a path buff. Path buff. There we go. This is... Oh, man. All right. I make a boo-boo here. I have a path buff. Why don't I just return it? All right, so we have it the file here. We push the path. We do the name. We push the name. And then we just return the file name. So all we have to do here is just return the there we go. Nailed it. All right, expected string found path. Generate index. Path main long string. Oh, this should be a path buff now. Path buff. Actually, can this just be a path? I think this can just be a reference to a path. I don't think we need that allocation. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. We'll see in a second. First, we can probably get rid of this. Where is path? Really, we want to compare the buff path. That's what we want to compare. Okay. And then we need to borrow. That's right. Because we're just passing the reference. I did too much C++ because I always consider this like getting the reference to it, but it's actually borrowing it, which is getting the reference to it. So when they say you need to borrow, I always think worst case. All right, mismatch types, expected string, found path buff. Wow. You should expect path buff. Change your expectations. That's what I've heard. That's what my wife always tells me. Just joking. Expected a path buff. Found. Yeah. Okay. This is right. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need to clone that sucker. Should say lending. Yeah. I don't know. I get why they say it's borrowing, but when you borrow, you get a reference, and it always just throws me for a loop when it says, you know, oh, you think, did you mean to borrow? And I was, and that always makes me think of like ownership, and I guess it is ownership, but like it doesn't mean I need a lifetime. I always jump to the lifetime. I always jump worst case. I don't need this anymore because our main log should be our fully qualified yeah, everything should be fully qualified now. See, I don't know. It's really doesn't liking. It doesn't like these methods defined here. I'm probably breaking some ordering rule that I didn't know about. That would be my guess here. NullDB has errors. I'm in the NullDB. It doesn't have errors. It doesn't have errors. Oh, it's in the file compactor. Found a string, wants a path buff. Ew. Do we want to just make this a path buff? And collect as we go. Oh, the pain. The pain. All right. The main log file should be... This should be getting a path buff now, though. Yeah. So, path is wrong. All right. Right now, we should build the path buff for this. So, I guess what we actually need to do here is we are in the compactor. So, db dot get path for file. Get path for file. Done. Don't need this anymore because we already have the full path. Cool beans. This is going to take... Okay, yeah. What's wrong with this? This function takes 2 arguments, but 1 was supplied. Oh, that's the problem. We take a path and the file gen. Oh, okay. This was a little bit ago. So now we need generate segment file name. Oh, this is like a db dot... let's see. Get db path. That's what it's needing. Okay. Easy enough. Let's delete all this. New segment name should be fully qualified now. Get a path for file. Shouldn't need this anymore. For f and arguments of the method are incorrect. Thank you for telling me. Mismatch types. Expected path buff. Found path buff. Oh, okay. I have a reference. This could just take a reference, right? Because it's removing it. It already wants a reference. That was just silly of me. Already silly of me. All right. Mismatch type, expected path buff, found string. Generate segment file name. Returns a path buff. Okay. This takes a path buff. All right, so why does... Oh, this takes a path buff. New segment name. Why are we doing... why are we doing this garbage? We can just do, like, this. Okay. Yeah. There's still a lot of cleanup to do, but there's still a lot of cleanup to do. The hard part I have is like, I wanted it to be like simple and each step focus on the thing. The hard part is like, I guess at this point it's gotten complicated enough that even small changes will require vast sweeping changes to the database, as well as sometimes it's like I didn't want to worry about a file manager because for the first database episodes I wanted it to be really simple. I just wanted to, like, that was the whole point, is like we can just write to a file and it will be safe and that will be great. And so like, yeah, then it kind of gives you a little bit of a foot gun, but it's kind of a planned foot gun. I don't know how that works, but it's kind of a planned foot gun. It still hurts. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Yep, sure thing. Sure thing. Awesome. I am attempting to use references as much as I can. To not be overly, like, if it's not going to be a lot of work to use a reference, you might as well use a reference, in my opinion. You never see in Simple Made Easy talk? I would love it. I would love it. You know, I might just delete this. I'm just going to delete this. I don't actually know of the talk that you're talking about, so you're more than welcome to post a link. I can watch it. All right, let's see. I'm getting close. I'm ping-ponging back and forth between issues. We're failing, but we're running. All right, what I'm going to do... What we're going to do here is we're going to make this easy again. We're going to comment this test out. Thanks, Dirk. I'll give it a check. Check it out. All right, let's see. All right, now we're back to our simple test case that should pass simply. But it failed. All right, so this is what I was kind of expecting. We accidentally double appended the name. So, because what happened is we've gone to where all paths are completely fully. We don't store just the file name anymore. It's kind of probably a big deal. I kind of expected something like this to happen. Although it's almost 2. I gotta wrap up in like 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Can we get this fixed in 8 minutes? We'll see. Okay, so we're double appending name. This is gonna be difficult. It's gonna be here in the main. Most likely not here, actually. It's probably most likely in the null DB. All right, so in here. Well, actually, this right here for certain is in the index. Right, because that is right here. So something that's passing in here is double appending the name. Could be here. Here uses it, but there's also when we do a compaction, we use it, and when we create a new log segment, we use it. So there's 2 other places that we can check. So here we use our buff path. Our buff path uses the file path, which just comes from here, which is just the file names. These are just the file names. And this is what we're creating the path from. So this is the generation, the current gen, and the file name. And then this is appending the full path on it. Oh, and then we're actually double doing that here. Oops. I don't even get the point of this. Yeah, I don't get the point of that. That was like some old logic with the like actual string, and we were testing if the string concatenation was right. Okay, well, cool. Awesome. It's working now. Beautiful. All right. Let's open up the main big one. The big one. Now, the one problem I have here. Did we fix our problem? Or because like we've changed enough now to make it testable that I couldn't tell you that we didn't inadvertently fix the random problem that we had. Right? Because we did all these things to test. Like literally all of this came around so that we could test. Also, I think I did 1 million, which is going to create a lot of files. But in this, I am not sure. I'm happy with it, though. And until I see the error happen again, I'm going to pretend we fixed it. Maybe I shouldn't do 1 million. Seemed like the thing to do. It seemed like the thing to do. I'm not going to do more because these are actually writing to files. You would believe that it fixed an indexing problem? It's possible. It's possible. It's not even just the path buff, but like we changed enough things around it, like how we access files and like how we generate the indexes. There could have been a problem with our string concatenation. We still do a little bit of it to build the stuff, but we do less of it now. Because now we just assume, yeah. The thing that we could do next is in here, we actually get this generation mapper, which gets just the file names. And then we have to rebuild the full file names from the base directory path. We could, instead of having this generation mapper read from file, we could actually store those in memory, like keep reference, and we could just build this generation mapper on startup. These are the types of things that I don't know of. Like in a real product, you'd want to do that because you don't want to access the disk to find your files. Like you should know what files you have. And so like in a real database, we would want to do that. I've struggled with like, can I make that a how databases operate? But that's just like a good program. But I also don't care that it's a good program. Like the point isn't to be a good program. So I'm struggling with like how far am I rabbit holing to make a better thing for no purpose? I don't know. What we have now is way more likely to be correct. I agree. I'm also trying to come up with like videos to make off of it. It's a lot of work. Well, I'm going to maybe think a few more tests, but for the most part, I'm going to wrap this up and say it's good enough for a video. For the index video. Like I said, I've just spent 4 weeks making the code for the video that roughly 80 people will watch. That's, yeah. $80 people is nothing to sneeze at. I think you're already in the top 10%. I am not in the top 10% YouTuber. Absolutely not. Maybe the bottom 10%. I possibly hold the bottom 10% for sure. Absolutely. Uh, 80 people watching a video on YouTube is pretty insignificant. I feel like most YouTubers get like tech YouTubers get like 20 to 100,000 views. And I'm not even talking about like the really popular ones. I'm not talking about like Network Chuck or the Primeagen. They get even more. So 80 is pretty bad. I think comparatively. Part of my problem is that I don't know, I'm bad at making videos, but the other part is like I try to make them like very educational, and I feel like I need to pivot some where the videos are a little bit more fun and maybe even a little less educational, not quite so meaty. I really started YouTubing because I was so annoyed with the lightweight educational content. Like it was like, hey, let's build Instagram in 2 hours. But like they never went into like actually building Instagram and how they compressed and stored the files efficiently and things like that. Like all they did was wrote some CSS and like, yeah, it worked for 6, 10, 20 people, maybe even 100 people, but that isn't what goes into building an Instagram competitor. But that type of content does really well. So I don't know. I don't want to be a Primeagen like. I was just telling you about the number of views when I was saying like 80 views isn't very good. I was just saying like I wasn't even comparing to like the really big people. I was comparing to like the smaller channels. I guess medium channels maybe per se. But I like making those videos because like I said, I purposefully, like that's why I wanted to do these types of videos, because I don't find a ton of them on there. Now I do want to make them a little bit more fun. I'm working on making them a little bit more fun. I think sometimes I've been too dry, like my Rust videos have been too dry. I have a better way of doing the Rust, I think, in the future that will be a little less dry, which should make it easier. I want to make it easier to like follow along with and have fun while following along. Not again to be a Primeagen like YouTube videos. Just to make them a little less dry, making them a little bit more interesting to follow along with. So anyways, I need to get going. I love feedback on my videos though, so don't give me feedback on this next Rust video. It was recorded like 3 weeks ago and I've been tied up doing this stuff. It's not the greatest video, but I'm going to get it released because I'm a perfectionist and I would re-record it if I didn't actually just force myself not to do that. I actually once re-recorded a video like 4 times because yeah, and I'm not even good at it. And then I got to, when I was doing that, I was like, no, I'm just going to release it. I'm not going to re-record unless if it's really, really bad. And so I get my, I have to get confirmation that it's really, really bad. Anyways, like I by really bad, I mean, not that I messed up, but like I screwed something up in the content. Like I misspoke and it could be considered misleading. That's when I'll re-record nowadays. But anyways, I'd love feedback on them. How I could make them, you know, easier to follow along with. So like they're less dry. I guess that's what I'm going for. Just a little less dry. I feel like 10% less dry and it would be more fun to follow along with. It is really hard, especially when you're like releasing a video on YouTube, especially to the tech community, because the tech community likes to nitpick. And so I know that I screw stuff up or that I don't think of the most perfect thing. And it can make it hard, like it makes you second guess yourself because you're like, oh, somebody's going to find something in here that I could have done better or a different way. And at least it makes myself nervous. But anyways, thank you so much for hanging out and helping me work through this. I think it's in a much better spot than it was. Yeah, I think we're in a good spot, at least for the video on indexes. I think we're good. So anyways, thank you very much. Have a fantastic weekend.